Well, folks, I am back again live, and 1 second. And test. Too loud. Okay. Um, I am blessed to have, I think it's 4 consecutive days of clear skies. So let's don't waste time talking. Let's go outside and look at the moon. And although it's still daylight, um, the moon is up, and it's entirely possible to image the moon in the daytime if it's up, because I do it. I want to make a couple of adjustments here. This is early for me, and need that, and I'm going to need that. Okay. Dual mountain range. This is interesting. Kind of wonder what caused that. to check and see how dark it is. I doubt that it's dark enough to image Saturn, but no, it's still pretty light outside. Check my battery, good. I'm imaging with this telescope right now, and I'll show you what we're looking at. Oh, too far. There it is. The moon. And then right over here, probably too bright to see it. It is. Saturn should be right here in this neighborhood. I'm loving the clear skies. Just gonna leave this up. Actually, when it about 7:30, 7:45, it'll be dark enough to start running this telescope, and I'll run both of them tonight, all night. Well, I'll stop this around 12, 1 o'clock, but this one will run all night. It cooks while I sleep. And we're back at the moon live. You wonder how hard something has to hit the moon in order to create a crater that's probably 50 miles, 60 miles across. $75, $80 miles across. These are some high mountain ranges. Just wonder what formed those. Then you have this area as virtually nothing. Let's see, let's head over to Saturn, and here it is. It might still be a little bit too daylight to, may not be dark enough. Let's see, let's go up to 2. And let's move, I can't remember, I think south. Up, east. And let's bring the gain up to about 350. There's Saturn. Let's see, 350. And our exposure about 30. And okay, let's move it over. I'm going to go ahead and guide and see how it runs. Or maybe won't. Need another start. I'm going to take a quick capture of 5,000 frames and process that. That's why it wouldn't guide. I was in Lunar, and so that'll fix that. I forgot to uncheck Lunar, and because I was on the moon, so that'll help keep this in the right place. Now let's try guiding. It's always human error. It's rarely the equipment. Okay, we're about to finish this. Oh, okay. I've got to go outside. Be right back. And connect this external hard drive. I'll be right back. Charlie and I are back entertaining. Okay. I had forgot to set up my hard drive, and so I need to do that now. Let's go to File, Sharp Cap Settings. By the way, under File Names, this is where you tick Create Winjupos Compatible File Names. So you gotta do that. And I also need to get on this drive, make a new folder, 10, 24, 4, 23, and this is just planetary. All right. All right. Did I do that right? 10, 20, no. We're on 10, 24. 10, 24. Okay. Now, apply. Now I'm going to knock off 5. Actually, let's just go ahead and set up a series. And let's get 5,000 will be plenty. And we'll do 7. It's off. Now, in the meantime, I'm going to bring up Autostakkert. And we're going to go to Sharp Cap, because accidentally failed to do this, so I saved it on my hard drive, which is not a good thing. So I really want to process one of these and see if it's any good. I'm still working with the PLAYER ONE Uranus C camera. So far, seeing hasn't been good since I've been imaging with it, and I've not been impressed with it. So I want to reserve judgment until I have a really good seeing night, and then I'll put my 2 cents in. But so far, I really haven't given it a fair chance. So let's analyze. Planet dynamic background, Laplace robust 7. Everything is the way I want it, and it's running. So while it is working, I will head back here and we'll stay on Saturn and watch it. Isn't it magnificent, really? Just spectacular. While this is working, I'm going to go over to the other telescope, and I don't believe I've even connected to that laptop, so let's do that. That's Astro number 2, and I may have to go turn that I don't remember even turning the yeah, it's on. Yep. Okay. So I have been imaging the Wizard Nebula. That's NGC 7023. And so I want to start cooling the camera sensor, and let's see. I don't think I'm gonna take some O3 and some hydrogen alpha, but I started imaging this late last night, and I really need to see. I want to make sure I get 15 images of hydrogen alpha, 15 images of O3. Let's get 45 blue, 45, 45. Okay, so that's the goal. And let's run the sequence and get started. I'm running 2 computers at the same time. This iMac off to my left. I'm processing 12 hours of Andromeda that I took several nights ago. I have 2 nights invested in that, and I'm just getting around to looking at the data. It looks awesome though. And if anybody wants any of this data to play around with, message me on Facebook. I'm on Facebook and I'm on YouTube. There's a simulcast going on. All right, this camera is focusing right now with it's running an automatic focus routine. I'm using Sequence Generator Pro. That's the name of the acquisition software. A lot of people are using Nina, N-I-N-A. It's free software, and I understand very powerful and every bit equal to Sequence Generator Pro. But I've been using Sequence Generator Pro for so long, I really don't want to switch. I know the good, the bad, and the ugly of the software, and again, most of the time, ugly is user error. It's mistakes that I'm making that are most of the problems in both guiding and acquisition. So it looks like it's found the focus. It's going to take one more and then validate the new focus position, and it set the focuser at 12,809 steps. And so quality isn't the correct word. They should say that the accuracy of this focus is 99%. There's only a 1% chance it's not the absolute best focus. But they use the word quality. So, okay. Now it's going to plate solve. And plate solve dates back to when film cameras were used, and they used plates. And they would hold a plate up to the sky with stars that had been imaged on it, and they moved their telescope to match up with those stars. And in a sense, that's what's going on now. It's found a match. I've installed catalogs of stars, and the software takes a picture, compares it to catalogs of stars, and then it recognizes the pattern in the sky, takes over control of the telescope, and moves the telescope so that it centers the target within 50 pixel error, within a 50 pixel error, and that is the margin of error that I accept. So it failed on the first attempt. I was almost 4,000 pixels off. It did succeed on the second, and it's starting the auto guider up now. So we are guiding. I'm going to change the scene's pretty good, so I'm going to go down to 1.5 seconds. Yeah, it's going to be fine. And so far it's going to be fine. And it's already started taking the first image. So it's going to take 3 hours of images. So let's go ahead and make this 50. Let's get 4 or so hours in. And let's go to 20. All right. So that's the plan. Plan is to take a total from last night and tonight 50 images that are 90 seconds long that are filtered in blue. Now, what the filter does, there's a filter wheel attached to the camera, and it has 7 filters positioned in it, and that filter wheel rotates. It's driven by a motor electronically, and when it's time, when we finish this 50, software will send a signal to the electronic focuser, filter wheel, to rotate to the oxygen 3 filter, and that's where it will go until it takes 20 images at 180 seconds. These 2 filtered images, hydrogen and oxygen, have restricted bandwidths. They're very narrow bandwidths, and so you have to take longer exposures to gather the photons in oxygen and in hydrogen alpha. Hydrogen is very helpful because where you have emission nebula or you have star forming regions, hydrogen ionizes around those star forming regions and kind of gives out a real brilliant red color for photon, and that's what I hope to get with this. And the oxygen is going to burn blue, and it's the same thing. It's going to come out of the emission nebula where stars are forming. Now my fingers are crossed Most people, when they image the wizard, do not take narrowband. So it may be a total waste of time. I may have been better served just adding more RGB, but the fun is in the trying, so that's what I'm doing. So let's go back to Saturn and see what's going on over here. We have 2 more remaining in this series of 7, and if you remember, I also ran Autostakkert, or started it, and so we've got the first part done. So let's place a grid and let's use 16 sample 16 pixels. The boxes will be 16 pixels by 16 pixels, these sample points. And we'll you can put them on manually. You also need to go out a little wider because Saturn moves during the imaging process. And let's go ahead and apply a application of auto stacking and save 30% of these images and see what we got. Saturn has drifted, which is fine. Autostakkert will sort it out. Ooh, Saturn looks good. I mean, Andromeda looks good. Okay. Yikes. Wow. My goodness. That may be one, you can't see it, it's on this other computer, but this may be one of the best Andromeda images I have ever taken. And my best one I took like in 2010. And I haven't been able to improve on that. Wow. That's exciting. Okay. Back here. Okay, we got this capture completed. I need to see when this transits so I don't crash into the pier. But we have a ways to go. Here's Saturn right here, and this is where Saturn will transit the meridian. So we're probably, let's find out how long before it transits. So I'm going to just click on it. And down here it says culmination at 21:28. That's 9:30. So at 9:30, which is, oh, we got an hour and a half. Let's take some more Saturn. Good. All right, let's stop guiding and recenter. Guiding is under 1. That's good. Stop this and let's clear it out. Let's go back to our field. Okay. And we need to move south and west a little bit. No, east. All right, let's bring back PhD. Let's start looping. And let's start guiding. And let's go to 2 seconds. And then let's take another capture. Call this one second capture, and we're off. While we're capturing another Saturn sequence, let's go over and make sure guiding's going good, and this doesn't look like much. We're hoping that it does look like something. This is the area of the sky. There's just a lot of rich nebulosity in here. A lot of dark nebula. It's a great target because, oops, and an airplane. It's a great target because all of this is just a lot of dark nebula that shows up as a kind of a brownish, blackish brownish area of nebulosity. And then this is kind of a bluish, reddish bluish nebula. I don't know where it got the name Wizard, but it did. It sure did. Wow. My mean is at 65.59. That's crazy. That's because of the moon. Got a lot of light pollution, moonlight. In many cases, it becomes almost a waste of time to image RGB in the moonlight. But clear skies, and I'm having fun. Hey, Bad Astro. How you doing? What are you shooting tonight? Yep. Yeah, it was a beautiful day, wasn't it? I imaged the sun this morning, went to the gym, got a good workout in. In GC 7822. I have some of the best M31 data that I've ever gotten. I'm looking at that on another. I'm looking at that on another iMac. That's what I took. It's about 12, probably close to 13 hours. Yeah, I took some images of the moon this afternoon, about 5:30, 6 o'clock, as soon as it cleared my house. One of the neat things about imaging the moon is you can do it in the daytime if it's out. Like the sun, obviously. But I took RGB and HA of in a mono camera, and it is really some good data. I haven't processed it at all yet. I just combined the RGB and the HA, and wow, does it! I'm really excited. I'm looking forward to working on it. Yeah, I'm taking the Wizard, and I'm doing some RGB, but I'm also going to try some O3 and HA2 also tonight. So, and I'm in the opposite direction. It's the moon is about to transit the southern meridian, and I'm in the northern meridian. So, but it's already having a factor. My mean's about 6,800, and so that's not good. I got another airplane tracking. My mean is 6,600. That's ridiculous, and that's moonlight. Take away the moonlight in my background. Well, I'll be down here. We'll look at the mean background. It's at 67. Terrible. Anyway, yeah. I changed cables. I changed. Oh, I tell you what happened. The no, I'm using the Uranus. I I really kind of spoke unkindly of the Uranus, but to be honest, I haven't had good seeing yet with it. So I thought I better I hold off really passing judgment and until I've had a real good night of seeing, and then I can evaluate it better. But when the seeing is as bad as it's been for planetary, you can get by imaging deep space in a lot of different seeing conditions, but if it's not good for planetary, it's not good, and you just have to deal with it. So it really takes good seeing. Seeing is something that doesn't just happen during the night for me and it lasts all night. It's something that may last for 20 or 30 or 40 minutes or a couple hours or even longer, but sometimes it's short-lived even in one evening. So I'm going to stay with the Uranus. 2 nights ago when I was fussing about it at about 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock, something like that, I decided I was going to change cameras, put the 224 on, and take an image Jupiter, just like, you know, and compare the two. And I went out to do that, and I did not realize it, but I had hit the EQ mode virtual control hand controller, and I sent the mount crashing into the pier. So I spent all day yesterday, had to bring the mount in and strip it down and do some repair work. So I'm glad to say it's working really pretty good. In fact, I'm guiding with it, and it's at 1.14, guiding on one of the moons of Saturn, which isn't a smart thing, but at any rate, so anyhow, it's working. But it wasn't working. I couldn't get the telescope to move to slew. It was done. So I just shut everything down and went to bed and got up yesterday morning and brought the mount in, and I almost tempted just to send it off to Edward Thomas, who did the he did the hyper tuning on both of my EQ6 mounts, and but gosh, it's expensive to ship it. So anyway, it's working fine, and I did it myself. And this summer, I usually bring the mounts in during the summer and re-grease them and clean them. And I did not do that this year. So and they actually were squeaky clean and in really good shape, except I had some issues. So and fortunately, it had to do with where the cable screws in that got pulled out, and so it wasn't a big thing, but it was a thing. Yeah, that's good. 2398, I can live with it with the moon. Now, yeah, you're right. 3 nanometers. That should you should be in the 900,000. Yeah. How long is your exposure? 6 minutes? 5 minutes? Everything's working. User error. 99.9% of all of my mistakes with software, or all of my problems with software like Sequence Generator Pro or SharpCap, PhD, almost all of it's user error. I think it's the software, but it's almost invariably me doing something I shouldn't be doing, or I didn't know what I was doing. Yeah, I got out of that. Yet, let's see, today is Sunday night. I got out of that Sunday night mess. I got everything back together again, so I imaged last night. I just didn't go live because seeing last night wasn't any better than it was the night before. Okay, let's look at one of these Saturn images. Finished it off here. And so let's bring up Registax. I'm not very hopeful though. This is the first Saturn image I took about a little over an hour ago, or a little less than an hour ago, and 5 minutes. What's your F ratio? How fast is that optic? Are you under 7 focal ratio? I have some 3 nanometer Astrodon, and 5 minutes for me at f4.9 ain't enough for hardly any moderately bright target. Oh, I know, I gotta go to let's see, I need to go to SharpCap. I made a mistake and didn't set up my hard drive. Well, they're gone. Where is I don't even know where I saved it to now. Oh, is that it? No, that's Jupiter from... Huh. Well, I just processed this, and I don't know. Couldn't have gotten saved here. Well, I just processed an Autostakkert. I have no idea where I saved it. Let me go back to... I guess I could do it again. Okay. It's supposed to be right there. In capture. Because this was the... well, heck, it's gone. I don't know where it is. So what we'll do is we'll process one of the ones I just took. So we'll open Autostakkert back up. And let's go. Oh, there's my SIR file. Let's see. Oh, okay. I know what I did. All right. Let's go back to tonight, and let's just take the first one of these. Let's go ahead and run an analysis. watch Saturn while that's happening. 5-6. Do you need I would imagine 3 nanometers, 5 minutes at f5.6, you're okay with hydrogen, but I bet you're not going to get any oxygen at 5 minutes. I would almost bet, unfortunately, you almost have to double the time to go to 10 minutes. That's my experience with the Astrodon filters. I don't use them. I got some Astronomics. I need to sell the Astrodons and buy a car with the money. That was a mistake. And I bought some ultra fast narrowband filters for the Rasa. Those I don't remember what I bought. I think those are astronomic too. I don't remember. I haven't used them yet. So we completed that capture, so let's do another, and we'll call this capture 3. And I am really impressed with this Andromeda image. Sure am. Now I got to keep from screwing it up while I process it. God, he must have went nuts. It did. I'm gonna go back to 3 seconds. My signal to noise is only 93. I may go 4 seconds. Good. Well, the images you put up on Discord are outstanding. Got some great stuff out there. Everybody over at Roper Mountain has really upped their game. 2 years ago, I think myself and just a couple others did any astro imaging. They're pretty much all visual club. Maybe 3 years ago, and most of the struggles they had with it had to do with they had good equipment and they were getting good data. They just weren't processing it. and capturing the data is becoming even a smaller part of the whole image acquisition trip. Processing is where you take your image to a different level. I got to go to your website or your YouTube page and watch some of your videos, pick up some ideas. This is wanting to drift and right ascension. But it wanted to do that even before I crashed it into the pier. Well, that was a correction in PhD. Let's see what it did. Yep. That was a backlash and declination. You're right. I totally agree. I told Tars came over and spent an hour or so with me, and I showed him what I was doing with PixInsight, and I said, you have to think about it this way. Think of the money that you have spent on your mount, your telescopes, your cameras, your filters, and then you got a $30 software program to process it, and Star Tools just doesn't cut it. You're going to always have images like the images you have until you learn. It's a learning curve, but I mean, I look at it this way: if I can do it, anybody can do it. And I say that humbly because this is a first for me. You know, I learned how to do this from other YouTubers, and trial and error. And if I can pick up ideas from other people, those same other people are still out there to learn from. So, but you have to invest some time. You have to be willing to commit. So, a good example of that was I took very few images of the planets over the years, because when I took them and ran Autostakkert and I took them into Registax, I just never got anything worth a flip. And I would be embarrassed to share it on social media. So I didn't. In fact, my images, after I processed them, didn't look any better than the Saturn you're looking at now. And I really didn't know how to get any better at it. And Dad Astro, not Bad Astro, but Dad Astro over on Discord does exceptional planetary imaging. He's the best I've ever, his results are the best I've ever seen, and I've watched a lot of planet images come through AstroBin. Nobody's done them any better than Dad Astro. So he put on a tutorial and put it on the Roper Mountain website, but he gave me some pointers, and overnight my images improved to where I was no longer, I mean, I was proud to put them up on social media. They certainly weren't anything near what Dad Astro was doing, but I have an 8-inch SCT, and he has a 16-inch Dob, and so there is a difference. You need to go ahead and get you a 7-position filter wheel, and astronomic filters. I am so happy with them. I love them. They're my favorite. And now I've got some Optolong, I have some ZWO filters, and when I first started out, I got the ZWO filters, and then I hated them, and then they improved them, and I got a set of those because they're very affordable and they're good. But I think they're Optolongs. I think they got Optolong glass. I asked Sam, I was dealing with another problem, and I asked Sam at CWO if those were Optolong filters, and he said, I can't confirm that. And so I gathered from that that they are. But the astronomic filters are really, they're a good filter. Buy the 2-inch or the 36 millimeter. Get a 36 millimeter filter wheel, and that'll have all of your optics you have now and will buy covered. Okay, let's place a grid, and we are going to save this now, aren't we? You know, I don't know if I ever ran it the last time. I don't think I did. That would explain it. Oh, okay. Well, I misunderstood you. So you have HA03 and S2 filters now. I misunderstood you. I thought you only had the OCS narrowband filter and the broadband. Okay, let's look at this image. Good, good. That's what I have unmounted. All right, hopefully we will. Ah, we do have an image. Okay. Yeah, I know. That's the nature of the beast. Filters aren't cheap. I'm going to load okay. Well, sure is. Looks like it's not in focus. Hmm. I'm going to go ahead and save it. Let's try another one. Well, let's look at this first. And I've got the gain. That's what I don't like about this camera. I have to run the gain up so bloody high that and they're so noisy. They're not a fast camera. This Jupiter image is going to be horrific. What is this? I'll have to look. Yeah. Once you get into RGB and narrowband, it's hard to embrace the dual band and tri-band filters, but the RASA and the 533 ASI 533 camera is a sweet combination. I love it a bunch. So anyhow, until I got to RASA though, all I have is mono cameras, and a Nikon, two Nikons. I started out with a Nikon D800E, and I sent that to Spencer's and had it modified. They put a heat reduction system in it and hydrogen alpha filter, and took the barometrics, the Bayer filter out, and then when Nikon came out with the D50A, which was their first and only astronomy camera, that was the biggest mistake that I've made in camera purchases ever. And so, and I was shooting one-shot color with the D800E that I had modified for a long time. And then I bought the ASI 1600 mm, loved it, and bought another one. And I was using two 1600s on both piers. And I sometimes still do that. And I have the two ZWO filter wheels, and they're loaded. I have ZWO filters, the most recent filters, and Astronomics on the other. And the Astrodons are sitting in a case back here. And if I ever get off my fanny, I'll sell them. I was going to sell them a year ago. Should have get rid of them. Gotta have this stuff. Still drifting east, or west. Drifting west. Got in the Halloween candy. That's the least. There won't be any by the time Halloween comes. Mimi doesn't know I found it. I got a lot of wires. Now I'm going to go, wait a minute, before I do that, we're going to stop guiding. And recenter this can't find it. See, we know west, 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 west. And then let's get back to PhD, Claire. And begin. And let's start session. This is actually session 5. Well, it just went and recentered it. That's fine. And 4. Now, let's go check the other camera really quickly, make sure. We're still on the blue. We got a few more to go. We got 3 hours worth of images to take. And so let's go back to Saturn and bring up Autostakkert. And let's go to three, and let's pick the last one. This one right here. Analyze. This image of Saturn, I lowered the gain. Excuse me. I lowered the gain a great deal, and I changed sharpening somewhat, about 30 steps outward. And Bad Astro, you're probably right. It's probably not the camera, it's probably the man using it. Probably. Okay, it's go ahead and clear this. Let's reapply and let's stack. Yeah, yeah, I saw that. You know, that's why they've got trunks in cars, that Astro. That's so we can put our gear in there until our wives buy something that they finally get around to telling us they bought. And then that's when you say, "Oh, I picked up something. I need to go get it." And that's when you go to your car and grab the new telescope and bring it in. Okay, all right, let's minimize that. And let's bring, oh, I want to see something first. I want to bring up Winjupos. And I want to bring up the Ephemerides and real time. Oh, good. The Great Red Spot. Yay. I wonder if any of the moons are out here. Let's see. I hope there are. Huh. Yeah, you will. You'll go to any length for gear. You may not go that far now, but you'll go to any length for gear. Like I said, that's why there's a trunk in every man's car. Just be careful. Don't put your gear in there on top of her $200 shoes. I love it. Well, I was hoping we'd have some moons out, but so when we go to Jupiter, we're going to have the Great Red Spot, and that's good. All right, let's go back to Autostakkert. It should be done. It is. So let's process that and bring up Registax. I think I did this, didn't I? No, I didn't do that. I did this. So this is the one that I don't know. Doesn't look any better to me. Might be a little better. It isn't a lot better. It might be a little better. But goodness gracious. Man, I am attacking Saturn with settings here. I've never done this with the ZWO camera. Oh, starting to get the limb value and was set that up too high, I guess, because I'm getting that line around it here. Okay. I guess it's better. When this series is finished, I'm going to go over and start on Jupiter, since there's a great red spot. That's the plan. Yeah, I think it looks a little better. That one did. Jupiter's a much brighter target, and that'll be a better test because I can keep the gain down on that camera. Dad Astro really liked the Uranus C camera. He's the reason why I went ahead and bought one. But when your frame rate is this low, 13 frames per second, I'm used to having 100, 120 frames per second with the ZWO camera. 60 frames per second on Saturn at a gain of 130. Now the gains are different. It's a different sensor. It's a different size sensor. But I don't think I was either. Before the night is over, I will process, say, I'll take 4 of those Saturn images. This last batch, I'll take 4 of those and derotate them and see what I come up with, because the scene is actually pretty good. It's rated average, and I'll take it. Saturn isn't bouncing around all over the place like it's been. Let's go ahead and process these as I've taken them, and So we're in, and we'll derotate them. Derotate. So I have 3. We'll do the first one. I think this will be a good test for the Uranus camera for me. That old laptop outside is just working as hard as it can. That's awesome. It doesn't get any better than 0.32. Okay, let's place and let's stack. Okay, we've got one done. Let's open up the second one. If you're just joining, we're going to finish this sequence of Saturn, and we're going to process them. I've already started processing in Autostakkert. Then I'm going to run them through Registax. Then I'm going to derotate them and see if the Player One can deliver the Uranus C camera by Player One. Okay, let's place a grid. And let's stack. All right, we've got 2 done. I'll do 4 and derotate 4. That'll be plenty. It's taken so long to do them. I'm afraid if I derotate any more, it's a lot of time to derotate Saturn, because there aren't a lot of good there's not a lot of detail to work with on Saturn other than those fine rings and bands on the planet and the poles. Well, I guess there is. Come on, come on. I'm going to go to the other telescope that I'm also imaging with tonight, and we're on the O3 filter, and we're focusing. So we finished taking the blue. Now we're taking O3, then we're going to take HA, then we're going to go back and take some green and red. And guiding looks like it's holding up. We're at 0.59 guiding RMS, and so all's good with that setup. And let's clear this, place our sample point grid, and stack. Hey, Mary Diller. Thanks for the compliment. I didn't read it. I'm hoping it's a good one. I'm simulcasting on YouTube and Facebook, and I haven't looked at the Facebook page. So I haven't addressed any. I'm guiding at 0.92 on the Smith-Cassegrain, and I'm guiding at 0.59 on the stellar view. So it's definitely a much better seeing condition tonight. Okay, we should be close to done. We are. So let's go get, wait a minute. How many have we done? Let's see. Why won't this? There you go. So I have processed 1, 2, 3. So we'll do 4 and derotate them. So 1, 2, 3. So we'll do, we may do 5. No, 5 is working right now. We won't do 5. I talk to myself a lot. I'm going to stop capture when this is over and go over to Jupiter and get that started, and then we'll process these Saturn images and derotate them. But I want to get over to Jupiter so I can get the great red spot. It should be in a perfect place right now. Let's give it a real-time shot. Yeah. So there's the great, this is what Jupiter looks like right now. Love it. Okay. Let's place a grid and stack. And we'll stop this capture as soon as this one is done. And ba-da-dum. Okay, cancel. All right, we'll stop guiding and clear this out. And let's bring up planetary software and let's go to Jupiter. And here we go. Oh, here comes the telescope. And I hope it's close. Let's start. Guiding. And we need to move it. Let's see. and then east should bring it in. Yep. All right, so let's bring up our hand controller, and you better go back to a there it is. So it's here, and we need to and south and east. Let's get some crosshairs up here, and so and let's get guiding set up. And we are way too and let's move our capture area down to 600, and nope, let's take a wide field so we get the moons in. Let's take one wide field so I get the moons, and then I can use that as a template. There's the great red spot. And so this is going to be our first Jupiter, and let's just take one 5000 frame. And the only reason why I'm taking this is when I use Winjupos, I'll be able to use the moons in the template to help line it up. It's so good to be retired. And you don't have to get up early, although we've got doctor's appointments early tomorrow morning. Let's go back to, so we got all those done. So actually, we might as well go ahead and process the last one. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Might as well go ahead and process that. We got time. Again, I'm doing a wide field view, and then I'm going to change the field of view to 640, 480, because I don't need all of the sky for my sequence, but I need one of these so that I can set up the template, because I need to see the moons. I'll show you the moons in a minute. Let's go back to Autostakkert. Whoa, this is taking a long time. It's painful waiting on this old laptop to process stuff. It's working its heart out. About done with analyzing. So email has figured it out, so I'm going to place a new grid, and we're going to stack. This one's getting pretty close to being finished. Then we'll set up a series. Okay, so this is done with the exception of buffering. Well, I don't guess replacing the cables helped any, because I'm having to buffer. All right, now let's call this next series 2, and let's change our capture area to 640 by 480, and actually let's make that slightly bigger, 800 by 600. Yeah, give me a little wiggle room. And let's take 8,000 frames, and we want 7 of them, so it's in your hands, SharkCap. Let's go back to Autostakkert, and that's done, so we'll close out Autostakkert. Let's bring up now Registax and open up our first image. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to process. No. Okay. Let's run auto balance. Let's keep this curve. Let's load our scheme. I'll tell you what, I'm going to do this later. I'm just going to leave it like this. And so let's do all and save. And we'll call this, just going to add the tag REG because we ran this through Registax. So let's open up the next one, and that'll be this one. Just to go by quicker. Load scheme. Do all. Save. And add the tag REG. Open up the next one. We did 1, 2, and 3. We're going to run these through Winjupos in a minute. As soon as I finish this, auto balance. Oh crap. Well, I'm going to touch it all up in a few minutes. Do all. Actually, I'm going to bring this up a little bit. Do all. Save. And let's bring up the next one. So we've done 1, 2, 3. This will be our fourth one. And we got one more after this. image, auto balance, load scheme. Do all. Save. Well, folks, you're seeing it as it happens. We just took these images. Now we're going to process them. This is our last one. And derotate them in Winjupos. Bring them back into Registax for some final tweaking. And see what we got. Scheme, like that one. Do all. Save. And we're done with Registax for now. So we'll minimize that. Let's bring up Winjupos. Let's get rid of this. Let's go to Programs, Celestial Body. We want Saturn. We want to go to Recording, Image Measurement. Nope. And we want to bring in our first image. And that'll be session 4, and this will be our first one because it has the tag reg. And so I'm gonna have to move some boxes around over here for a minute, some streaming boxes. Like, see what I'm doing. And okay, so I've got to fit this template over Saturn, and that's what I got to do. So the way you do that, first I'm going to increase the size just so I can see it better of Saturn. I'm gonna go to Adjustment. Oh, before I go to Adjustments, make sure you double check that you have the right longitude and latitude, because the orientation of the moons will depend on this being right. I don't think I have moons in this picture because I shot too tight, but I want to go ahead and put my longitude and latitude in, and my longitude is minus 80, let's see, 82, and then 03, and my latitude is 34 with 34, see, 34, it's 0276, 03. So make sure you put your longitude and latitude in. This was taken at Universal Time. If you knock off 4 hours, then it was taken at 9:42, something in that neighborhood. And on tomorrow's day, because they're already in on Universal Time, they're already on the 25th. So that looks fine. I'm going to go to Adjustments now, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit on Saturn, and then I'm going to take my up and down keys and my left and right arrow keys, and I'm going to start moving Saturn so that it fits over, this template fits over Saturn. So you got your left and right keys, you have your up and down, you have your page up and your page down, and you have the N and the P. the end is counterclockwise, the P is clockwise rotation. And so we need to go up. And we need to go over. See this moon down here? Okay, so your up and down arrow keys will kind of get you in the ballpark. And then I'm going to take my page down key and I'm going to make this smaller. I need to go up with my up key arrow, and let's get smaller. And now I need your P key is counterclockwise, so I'm hitting the P key. P in is clockwise. Okay, now I'm going to go over here to gamma, and I'm going to just raise this up real. Okay, so I do have a moon here, and because this was wide enough, I have a moon down here, but I don't see the template's right here for rotation, but it's not going to help me much. It's going to help me more on Jupiter. But at any rate, I'm going to bring the brightness back down again, or the gamma to 1. And I'm going to take the LD value, and this will help me line it up better. And LD is the limb darkening. That's the outside of the of Saturn, not the rings, but it involves the outside of the Saturn. So I've got to use my page down key to center this. Okay, I can now I want to lower this LD value, because if I don't, when I do derotation, I'll show you then, I'll end up with a dark line, I mean a line here that's unnatural. You don't want that. I'm going to put it on 0.80, and let me bring up the LD value again and see. Okay. All right, I'm going to save this one, and I'm just going to call it 1. And I'm going to bring up the next one, and that's this one. It should go right in here. I shouldn't have to do this again. It should fit right in. I'm going to save this one and call it 2. And I'm going to bring up the next one. And that's 1, 2, 3. And it should fit right in here. It was a slight movement. And I'm going to save this, call it 3. And we're on 4, aren't we? Open image. Open image. So we're on 1, 2, 3, 4. you can't see this, but I can tell that these images are slightly brighter than the original. Gosh, that's loud. Let me, I don't like the song anyway. Let me, okay. All right, I don't know what I've done. Let's see what we're saving. Save. This will be 4. I don't know if I've done this. I got sidetracked. And we're going to bring up the last one. And it fit in nicely. And we're going to save this and call this 5. All right, now it's time to derotate these images. I'm going to go to Tools, Derotation of Images, and I'm going to add them. I'm going to find them. Where'd my song go? There they are. So we'll open all those up. And you remember I had set the LD value, the limb darkening value, to 80. I'll show you something. I want to go over here and I'm going to lower the value of all of them. I'll just click on this box twice to say 8. And then I'm going to come down here and just pick one of these. You should go through these and look at them and take your best image. But to me, they all look the same. But it needs I don't think it needs a reference image, but I do this. I think you could probably leave them all at 1, because I have, and I can't tell any difference. But I'm kind of anal. I'm thinking that there ought to be a better image in here that's used as the reference, or why would he put the weighting there? So at any rate, since they all look the same, that's good. So let's just assume though that the LD value was 1 or more. Let's just make it go way up to say, so you see what I'm talking about. Say it was that, and I compile this image. Then when I blow it up, you see this ring around here? That you don't want. So what you want to do is have an LD value that's as high as you can get it, but without the screw up on your limb. So let's start at 75. It doesn't take long. And by the way, I'm going to make this just a little bit bigger. Oh, anyway, you can't see this, but right here where you see the Saturn, that's the rotation from one end to the other here. This is how much rotation took place while I imaged. So let's compile this image. Yep, override it. And let's blow this one up. So it needs to be darkened a little more because it's not, it looks, this is a terrible, I'm not happy with it, but whatever. But there it is. So let's go back, and this time let's just bring this value up to 85, and let's compile it. Yes, let's overwrite it. And let's see. Let's go up a little better. Let's go up to, click it twice. Let's don't go beyond 90 though. Let's compile it. And let's check it. It's just not good. It's just not a good image. But okay, so we've saved that. I'm going to make sure I've saved it as a TIFF file because I do want to take this back into Registax. So I'm going to call this Jupiter. Doggone it. can't get the right keys. Mercy. All right, so we have Jupiter saved. Let me get rid of Winjupos. And let's bring up Registax again. And let's go find that image. Actually, that single image looks just as good, doesn't it? Oh, I got to go to the... That was a lot. This is where we did it, isn't it? Where is... Wasn't here, was it? No. It should have saved it right here. Let's see what other... Huh. Let me bring Winjupos back up. All right. Let's bring up image measurement. And let's load our first image. Oh, there it is. Where am I? We're on. All right, let's go back to, I see a problem. All right, let's go back to derotation. So we've got them all here, and we're going to save this as a TIFF file. And yes, all right, so compile image. That was my bad. Ah, can't do that because we don't have. Help me out, Rhonda. Let me see. Okay. Before I delete this, let me go back to Registax. See if we now have, there it is. I had it saved as a ping file. So double check that. So here's the full image after derotation, and well, actually derotation didn't really help this image much. Oh, folks, I think I'm going to have to put my ASI 224 camera back on. Because seeing is pretty decent tonight. I just do better with it. It's probably me, but I'm not getting the, no, I don't want to say that. I'm not getting the results that others are getting. So we're on Jupiter. Here's the great red spot, and seeing is great because you can really resolve the great red spot. So that looks pretty good to me. Well, that's the way you do Winjupos. I tell you what, we'll do Winjupos while this is taking the rest of those. I'm going to bring Winjupos up and do Jupiter from last night because I've already done those. And I think it's on this. We got to go down. We have to open up program, celestial body. Let's go down to Jupiter. Let's go to recording, image measurement, and we want to open up, and not Saturn. We want to go back to last night, actually, not tonight. So the 23rd, and let's go to the last Jupiter we took. And so I ran these through. You know what? I think I've already got a batch that I've ran through because I was looking at, yes. Okay, so here's, in fact, I've already done Winjupos on this. So here's my first Jupiter, and we'll run this through. Let me move some boxes around. Now, one of the nice things about Jupiter that you don't have with Saturn is that when you go to adjustments, you can click on outline frame and go automatic detection, and bingo, it will put the template on top, and yay. I don't know if you can see this, but there is a round template right here, and it's for the moon, one of the moons of Jupiter. So what I want to do is, I don't know if I took a wide enough field to include that moon, so I'm going to raise up now. See, that's the problem. You need a wide field view of Jupiter to set your original template. And all you need is one. And if I'd have taken a wider field, then this moon would have appeared in this dot, and it makes it so easy to line up your template if you've got some of these moons that you can set right in the center. But I don't. So bring the gamma back down to 1. And it's just, you have to eyeball it. Now, LD stands for limb darkening, and our brightening. Darken the limb, the outside ring, or lighten it up. Well, we want to drop this value to about 80. I do on this camera. I don't know what to do. Okay, now I got to center this, and you've got 6 keys on your keyboard you're going to use, plus the N and the P key. The P key rotates counterclockwise, and the N key rotates clockwise. So you want to line that up, and if you've got your moon, it's easy to do it. And that's, again, you don't. Now, I'm going to use my arrow up key and my arrow down key and my arrow right and my arrow left key to move this template around so that I've centered. You got to eyeball it, and it's not easy to do. It's helpful to click on this right here just so that you can kind of check it out. Then I'm going to use my page down key to make Jupiter smaller. See, the page down makes it smaller, and the page up makes your template larger. So I'm going to start bringing it down to make it smaller. And there's also additional graphics. So you can have additional graphics to help you line things up. And let's rotate this a little bit. I think I need to hit the N key and rotate it clockwise a little bit. And I think I need to bring it up key with my arrow, no, down, and maybe paste down one more. Okay, I'm going to leave it right there. I doubt it's right, but it's going to work. This is what we're going to use for all the images. So I turned off the LD, and I'm going to go back to image, and you can either hit your F2 key or just save, and I'm going to call this, I've already got a 1, 2, 3, so let me make sure I'm in the right. No, this is last night, and I believe it was 6. So I'm just going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call this Jupiter Winjupos, and I'm going to open that up, and I'm going to call this one 1 and save it. I'm going to open up my next image, which is this one, and double check and make sure the time is right. So this is universal time. Let me go back and open up the first image. This was the first one we took, and the time is 3:08. We've already processed that one, and so the second one is going to be this one, and the time is 3:10. But you've got to have this right. You've got to put your longitude and your latitude in. So my latitude, and this is helpful because it positions the moons. So I'm going to put my latitude in, which is I am at minus 082 point, put the point in, just 082, and then type in your number, and I am 03. And then latitude is 34, and see, I'm 03 here too. So there's my longitude, latitude. All right, and then if you want to pull up the Ephemerides, this is what it looked like last night at this time. So there's the blue, there's the blue. There's a whole lot else that looks like this, but this is what Jupiter looked like from my longitude and latitude last night at this exact time of 3:10. That's what it looked like. Okay. And if I had a wide enough view, the moon would be somewhere around here, and I could use my rotation and my left and right and my up and down to get it exactly right. That's the advantage of the moon. So this is our second one, and let's save this, and this will be number 2. And so we're going to open up our next image, and that would be this one. It fits in. We're going to save. This will be number 3. Then we're going to open up our next image, and we got 1, 2, 3, and so we didn't process. All we processed were 3, so we've got 3 to derotate. So let's go to Tools, Derotation of Images, and let's edit, and let's add some images. And we're going to go to, and we got Jupiter Winjupos, 1, 2, 3. Now it's already lowered the limb darkening value to 0.80. I'm going to drop this down to 90 and this one down to 90. I'll just say 1 is my best image. Give all the weight to that. This is the amount of rotation that went on, and so I want to make sure that I'm saving this image type as a TIFF file, because I want to bring this back up in Registax, and let's compile the image, and we're going to overwrite it. And so there's my derotated image. And so I'm going to save this again, and this time I'm going to save it to Winjupos, And we're going to save this as a TIFF file, and I'll just keep that name. So we'll close this out. Winjupos. And I thought I did. And I thought I did close it out. Well, I have no idea what I've just done. All right. I think I just closed down. You're kidding me. I just closed SharpCap down. All right. I love this game. All right. Let's bring SharpCap back up and let's start imaging Jupiter again. Oh, what a night. Do, 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 do. Down, do, 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 do. Did it open it up twice? I think it did. So let's go back and get our Uranus C Player One camera, which I've decided I just don't like. And there we are. I have no idea what we took, but let's see. Let's go to Jupiter. Let's just call this next session 3. I don't know what I've taken. Let's stop guiding for a minute. And let me make sure I've got this. Actually, I've got I got another SharpCap program also opened. All right, let's get up my hand controller and let's go north. Let's bring up the crosshairs. Now bring up our hand controller and let's move it north a little bit, center it, and let's go back to PhD so I don't have to babysit this and guide. So we got a guide star. It's a moon, but we're guiding on one of. It's not a good thing to guide on one of the moons of either Saturn or Jupiter, but it'll work for what I'm doing. So let it settle down a little bit. I may have to force another guide star. We actually don't need to be at 3 seconds because I have a signal to noise ratio of over 300. Let's go down to 1.5 seconds. All right, so we're off guiding. Let's go back to our, daggone it all, it's already dropped on me. Okay, I took a wide field earlier. The very first thing I took was a wide field image of this. It's for sale. All right, let's see. Let's go to capture, start capture, 8,000. We want 7. This is Jupiter 3. Go. Now, let's bring up Registax. I've already forgot what I had done. I don't even know what the other telescope's doing. I hope it's still imaging. And let's go check it before we do this. Hey, we've got, we've taken 50 from tonight, last night and tonight. We've got 50 blues. We're about to finish the O3. Let's just see what is showing up in the O3. High stretch. Oh yeah, we got some O3. We do have some O3 data. Yes, good. That's what I wanted to see. Okay, that's good. And fit to screen. So that's good. And good. Happy. All right, now let's go find that Jupiter image that we processed in Winjupos. I don't know if I can. I'm brain dead now. All right, we were yesterday. It's right here. There it is. Okay. So there is Jupiter after we ran it through Winjupos, and it's upside down. It needs to be rotated, but I'm not worried about that. Uh, I should have done that in Winjupos, but I forgot to look. I ought to show you that though. Right down in the bottom section, it asks you what you want the pole. You want the north. You want the pole on top or on the bottom. So, but it's easy to rotate in like probably rotated in Registax. I'm sure you can. Ooh, too much, man, too much. Let's some final tweaks though. Final tweaks. All right, let's add some noise reduction. Oh, what a night. Flip and rotate. Give a little angle. Too much. Bingo. If you ever are going to rotate or rotate your images, make sure you remember the value. If you're going to do a bunch of them and then run them through Winjupos, just make sure you remember the value that you have, or so they'll all be exactly the same. Okay, now we've got the noise reduction helping out. Let's see if we can't really get some. Let's bring up gamma, and let's just pull this down a little bit. And let's bring up color mixing. This is where you can really screw the whole thing up. And let's go left. If you're not careful, like I'm doing, this is going to make it blue. I think I'll just leave it alone. Let's see, we want to dial the blue up and the red up and the red up, blue up and red up. See if we can get the green cast out or the yellow cast out. Okay, let's do all. Oh. Okay, let's do a little sharpening. Folks, I know this is not a good image. I'm just having some fun tweaking these settings. They say you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. That's a fact. Let's go back to RGB balance. And well, I didn't want that either. This image, I don't know if it can be resurrected, but anyway, once you've derotated your image, it should probably go from there into Photoshop. But if you don't have Photoshop and you want to do some final tweaking, the wavelets and generous applications of noise reduction and modest applications of wavelets can, as long as you don't blow this one up, it's blown up now. As long as you, I don't think anything you can do is going to help it. Okay, we're not saving it, but no, we don't keep it. I hope these turn out better. For sure, seeing tonight is a lot better than it was last night, and those were last night images, and so I hope this turns out. Sure do. I want the, I really want the Player One camera to work. I'll sell it to you. If you want to buy the Player One, I'll sell it to you. This is the second time I've used it. Well, no. When I first got it, I used it one night, took it right off because I just couldn't get anything right away, and I wanted to get some images, so I put the 224 back on it. And then this last 4 days, I've tried using it. That's it. It's the only time it's been used. So whatever it costs, I'll knock $100 off of it if you want to buy it. Whatever it costs, knock off $100. Bad Astro, and message me in, what is it, Discord. And if you don't want it, I don't blame you. I don't want it. But if you're looking for a planetary camera, maybe you can get more life out of it. You probably will, and then I'll be upset. I've got an 8-inch Evolution, Celestron 8-inch Evolution Smith Cassegrain sitting in the garage on an Alt-Az mount that I just about to give away. I don't ever use it. I used to drag it out and set it up if any of the kids in the neighborhood wanted to look at stuff, but they've all grown up, they're in high school, and they don't care. So we need a new batch of little kids running around. I'm going to process one of these Jupiters. Because I know seeing tonight is pretty good. And so we're going to go to, it's going to take a little longer because these are really large files. Gosh, they just don't look good. I'm just not used to seeing. I have the Uranus C camera. Well, I think I have the box and everything back here. But I'll tell you what, if you want to buy it, Bad Astro, if you want to buy it and then you try it and you don't like it, I'll just buy it back for what you paid for it. But I'm not happy with it. The 224. Well, let me ask Chris. Christopher's got that one too. Is it working for you? Is my question. I can't get good images with it, and albeit until tonight, images have been taken with some pretty bad seeing, but I've had bad seeing before with the ASI cameras, and I almost always get a decent image. Yeah, if you can get it to work. No, you wouldn't either. No, I already know I can't make this work. I'll just be pissed if you do and start launching images on Discord like Dad Astro. I may come toilet paper your house if you do that. Okay, I'm gonna process this one. But you're looking at Jupiter Live. Okay, Christopher, when you do, I want you to give me your honest opinion of the Player One. I image live all the time, so if the skies are clear, I'm imaging, and I'm usually imaging live, so you can find me here or message me on this YouTube, whatever, on the comments. Just leave a comment. Okay. You've got my email address, don't you, Jeremy? Bad Astro? Seems like we were swapping emails over something. Oh, data. I sent you some data. You ought to work on this Andromeda data. Oh, I wouldn't follow my advice on using, Christopher, I don't know if I would follow my advice on using the Player One. I haven't been real successful with getting good images very well. I didn't mean to open up Registax. Oh, do. I meant to open back up Autostakkert and see where we are. It's going to take a lot longer to process one of these because I've got 8,000 frames. Okay. Christopher T, I appreciate it. I'm going to look at some PLAYER ONE Uranus PLAYER ONE reviews, Uranus C reviews. I can, and that's what I would do if I was you, Bad Astro, and see if anybody's doing backflips with happiness over their planetary images. It may be me. It could be that none of my images have really been in focus. That's possible. And I started out imaging the moon real early tonight, and so I know I got it pretty sharp because I was focusing on the moon, and I had some really good. I was focused. Now the temperatures dropped from 70 to 50, and in that big old SCT tube, that has an effect on focus, a big time effect. So I haven't accounted for that because I don't know how, and I can't do it by seeing. How do you focus when you've got an image that looks like this? How do you focus? I mean, you can try, but you can move 20 steps in any direction and it still looks the same. So I don't know. I guess I could go chase the moon again because it's still out, making my other imaging session a nightmare. But, and then make sure I'm focused again. I guess I could do that. That's probably what I need to do. I need to go double check my focus on the moon before I take any more Jupiter pictures. But honestly, well, uh, you mean use a Batinoff mast or something? I've got a electronic focuser, so I've just never had much results with a Batinoff mask works, but I've never used a Batinoff mask with a planetary camera. I guess I could take some. Yeah, I never thought about it. Take a yeah, that's a possibility. Go put it on a bright star and bring out the Batinoff mask. I think I'd rather just sit back here in my chair and slew over to the moon. The cables haven't helped, by the way. I'm not sure what's going on. It might be just the hard drive, the external hard drive. I've reformatted it 300 times and deleted all the images on it. So it may be that hard drive just needs to be replaced. I buy these little scan disc hard drives, and they're awesome. This is 2 terabyte, and they're awesome. And I put Velcro on them, and they just stick them on the side of the mount and plug it into the Pegasus Ultimate Power Box. Actually, they're attached, but I use Velcro too. Oh, let's go back to Autostakkert. That part should be done. Wait a minute. Hold on, Edward. Okay, I got two images of this up. Okay, so that part is done. Let's do 15%. And let's place a grid 24 pixels by, nope, too much. Let's place a grid 48 pixels. That works. And let's, fingers crossed. The great red spot is bring up Winjupos and the Ephemerades, and we'll, nope, tools, Ephemerades, close, program, celestial body, Jupiter, tools, Ephemerades, Jupiter, real time. So here is where the great red spot is right now, and there it is right now. So bingo. Still no moons. Where are the moons? I'm going too fast. I've lost it. Well, you can go up here and you can find, there's a lot of tools on the moons, on the moons, on the moons. Let's see, is it down here? Put the old shading on it. Yeah, I need data repair. Well, let's go to, there is a place for the moons, and where is that? I have been there and I don't. Oh, by the way, under derotation of images, down here, you want to make sure north is at the top so that it's not upside down like mine was. I was talking about that while ago. Where did I see where you can get the, oh, it's under Ephemerades. I know it's got to be there. And the moons, it's got to be where the moons are. It's got to be here. Moon coordinates. Okay, there you go. Oh, I knew it was here. the moon Ephemeres. Okie dokie. So you need to play around with this because go back to graphics and that's where your picture is, but the moon, let's see, I really don't know what I'm looking at. I know what diameter and magnitude is, but there's a coordinates, but I don't know how to interpret that for. It's behind Jupiter, it's before Jupiter, it's behind Jupiter, it's before Jupiter. I get that. So Callisto is before Jupiter, so that should be coming towards Jupiter. Ganymede is behind, so I've lost it. So I don't know. But in your graphics, if under your Ephemeres, it will show up. So if Io or Ganymede's out here, it will show up. So make sure, let me see if I can't close this down without shutting off SharpCap. We're still not finished stacking this one. Okay. We're live, planetary imaging. After I process this one Jupiter, and I'm going to let it take a series of, say, I'll take about 5 series of 7 each before the night's over, but I'm going to probably sign off, and I'm hungry. I want to go eat something. Yeah, Christopher, I was looking at the left. Okay, how do you know that, Christopher T? Io will be approaching Jupiter around 0600 Central, which is we're one time zone, so it'd be 5 o'clock my time. I won't be here. I won't be up at 5 o'clock doing this, but yeah, that's one way you can do it. Is I didn't think about it until just what you said, but one thing you can do, good idea, you just made me think of it, is bring up your Ephemeres and make this a little bigger, and then start advancing the time. And eventually one of those little planets or moons, well, it should have happened long before now. I don't know why I'm not okay, there's Io. So what time is it? Yeah, 7 local time. Let me zoom up a little bit more. And oh, it's great to get there. It's great. Now that's a shot right there. That's the shot you want. You want, well, it could be better, but you want the great red spot. You want the shadow from the sun shining on Jupiter, and you want the moon. So that's the shot. Bingo. And if you want to hang around to 9 o'clock tomorrow morning when the sun is out, you can get that one. No apologies, Christopher. I'm dropping off all the time. And yeah. Okay, let's see what Autostakkert has done with this. Ah, it finished. It finished. Okay, so we're gonna decide right now what we think of this Player One camera. And open sesame. Jupiter, 15%. There's our image. Waiting, waiting, waiting. Oh, stretch. No. No. This don't look good. Soft. It just, that's terrible. Maybe it's just not in focus. That's all I can think of. It can't be. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I don't have the patience to fool with it right now. I'm just disappointed. All right, let's load. I don't even know what that is. Let's just load it. Well, I can honestly say that's better. Not a lot better. I think that ASI 224 would take a much better image. I do. But this is better. I don't need 140 sharpening or 150 sharpening. But I will have to admit that that is some better. So if I derotate that, so that needs work. My processing skills might be part of the problem too. I'm definitely not in my wheelhouse doing this planetary stuff. This is blown out right here. I don't understand how I could have blown out this, because none of my images are clipped. As a matter of fact, you'll see my histogram. I try to keep it at the halfway mark right over here. I don't even want, I want it to fall right inside here. So how do I get clipped? The camera's not treating me right. Oh, not Autostakkert. Registax. I don't get it. I don't figure it out. I have no data right here. This is all blown out. Let's see where they're sharpening. Okay. All right. I'll bring this up. Trying to get some clarity around that great red spot. Why is this all blown out? It might be focus. I think I'm sure it's got something to do with it. All right. All right. Well, not saving this one either. It's better, but don't know. It's for sale if you want it. Oh, we've already finished this batch. Let's stop and clear all this out and bring up go north again. And west a little bit. All right, I'm going to drop the exposure even more. Let me reset the stretch and drop this even more. Let's don't stretch it. Let's just all right, I'm going to go back to focus and I'm going to go in and I'm going to take, this will be Jupiter 4 and I'm going to put 970 because that's the focus steps, and we're going to go capture, start capture. That's just a guesstimate, and let's start. Okay, well, I am going to sign off and go get something, a bite to eat. And then, what am I doing? I'm going to run this. I'm going to take this Jupiter 4 at 970, and then I'm going to bring it up to 990 and take a sequence. Then I'm going to bring it up to 1010 and then 1020, and I'm done. So that's what I'm doing, and I'll check and see which one of those focuses. It's in that range. It isn't outside of that range, because I was pretty much tack sharp on the moon, and none of this focus stuff up here, this focus help stuff that they have. Is it here? Here? None of that works. They try. Oh, you can't do it while you're imaging, but at any rate. Okay, well, I will catch everybody later. I think I've got clouds tomorrow night. If I don't, I'll be imaging. If I do have clouds, it won't be till I'm back with some clear skies. So I hope everybody has clear skies in their neck of the wood. Have a good rest of the evening. Have a good rest of the week. Be safe. Say something nice to somebody so that you both will feel good.